will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recesses of the committee at any time. We welcome everyone to this morning's hearing on undue influence, Operation Higher Court, and politicking at SCOTUS. Before we begin, I'd like to remind members that we have established an email address and distribution list dedicated to circulating exhibits, motions, or other written materials that members might want to offer as part of today's hearing. If you'd like to submit materials, please send them to the email address that has previously been distributed to your offices, and we will circulate the materials to members and staff as quickly as we can. I will now recognize myself for an opening statement. Lobbying is a term we hear frequently in Washington, D.C. There is an entire industry built around advocacy, outreach, and influencing policymakers and government officials. To limit abuse and to give the American people transparency into the legislative process, the lobbyists who meet with members of Congress and their staff must carefully monitor, track, and file disclosures regarding their interactions. And the lawmakers themselves have extensive disclosure requirements when they are treated to gifts, meals, and travel. The same applies to the executive branch. But those who meet with Supreme Court justices who have a life term have no similar ethical requirement. Those who lobby them can pay for justices' meals, vacations, and conference travel, and do so without letting anyone else know. And the justice's own financial reporting obligations are severely lacking. We rarely associate the term lobbying when discussing the Supreme Court, or influence, or advocacy beyond the limits of briefs, motions, and oral arguments, all placed on the record. The Supreme Court is an institution meant to be beyond both influence and reproach, held in esteem by the general public, and one governed by the facts and laws argued before it. Unfortunately, as we will hear today, that might not always be the case. The court may in fact be susceptible to outside influence and lobbying. Recent reporting has uncovered a sophisticated covert lobbying scheme known as Operation Higher Court that operated behind the curtain at the Supreme Court for more than 20 years. One of our witnesses, Reverend Schenck, will describe how his organization worked with donors to develop long-term relationships with the conservative-leaning members of the Supreme Court to move them farther right on faith-based issues. This quiet lobbying by what he terms stealth missionaries generally began as encounters at events held by the Supreme Court Historical Society and evolved to include private dinners and even vacations with justices and their wives. These were not merely social occasions. They had an explicit mission to encourage the justices to resist compromise and to take hardline stances on priority faith-based issues such as abortion, religious accommodation, and same-sex marriage. Reverend Schenck's organization identified conservative Christian justices enjoying a life term who they believed may be sympathetic to their organization's beliefs. His supporters then sought to use this shared faith to infiltrate the justices' social circles and to push them further to the right, away from compromise and towards more extreme legal positions. Access to abortion care, contraception, gay marriage, in all these areas critical to Reverend Schenck's ministry, he sought to encourage the justices to use their faith to decide America's laws. In his written testimony, Reverend Schenck testified that even he believed the justices viewed Roe v. Wade as settled law. But this did not stop him or his supporters from lobbying specific justices, urging them to undermine women's access to basic medical care. These efforts, whether through private group prayer sessions, intimate dinners, or lavish trips, ultimately bore fruit when Justice Alito delivered his decision in Dobbs, overturning Roe v. Wade and putting women's health care across the country in peril. We are now left wondering how much of this decision, upending decades of established precedent, was influenced by the organized wealthy donors lobbying to move the conservative justices to the right. To be clear, no one in this story, neither Reverend Schenck nor his supporters nor the justices of the Supreme Court, broke the rules. And that is the problem. If the Supreme Court were subject to a code of ethics like the rest of the federal judiciary, and like the legislative and executive branches, they would need to follow basic financial disclosure reporting, gift rules, and recusal guidelines. And they would need to ask of themselves what every employee of Congress, of the White House, and of the federal courts asks. What is the nature of this friendly dinner? Is someone asking something of me? Many in Congress and in the media have focused on the revelation that that one of Reverend Schenk's stealth missionaries received advance word of the Hobby Lobby decision, allegedly from Justice Alito himself. While this breach of trust was undoubtedly a serious incident, made even more troubling in light of the leak of the Dobbs opinion earlier this year, it should not be the key takeaway from Reverend Schenk's story. The moral of the story is this: Supreme Court justices cannot effectively self-police their own ethics, and we shouldn't expect them to. Without established guidelines, at best we leave justices with the impossible and exhausting task of evaluating ethics without a clear standard. And at worst, we have justices accepting overtures from individuals seeking to influence the court with little to no transparency. Ethics should not be a partisan issue. In 2018, this committee passed by voice vote legislation sponsored by Congressman Issa that would have created a code of ethics for the Supreme Court. Our colleague, Congressman Hank Johnson, has since introduced similar legislation. I sincerely hope that we can all work together to pass legislation that would help restore America's faith in our highest court. I now recognize the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. March 2020, on the steps of the Supreme Court, Senator Schumer said, quote, "I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwind and you will pay the price. You won't know what hit you." April of last year, the Democrat chairman of the House Judiciary Committee introduced legislation to add 4 associate justices to the United States Supreme Court, to pack the court. May 2nd of this year, the draft opinion of the Dobbs decision was made public. The next day, May 3rd, the very next day, attacks on churches, crisis pregnancy centers begin. They occur around the country, and they continue for months. Over 100 churches, crisis pregnancy centers attacked since the leak of that opinion. Now, you know what they call all that? You know what all that's called? Intimidation. Threats against Justices Gorsuch and Kavanaugh, threats to pack the court, leaking of an opinion, and attacks on churches, a concerted effort by the left to intimidate the highest court in our land. And I didn't even mention the lies told about Justice Kavanaugh in 2018 during his confirmation process. I didn't mention when Senator Joe Biden and Senate Democrats drove Justice Alito's wife to tears during his confirmation hearing. And I didn't mention the Democrats on this committee who have for the last year attacked Justice Thomas and his wife. And now today, a hearing about 8-year-old secondhand hearsay. 8-year-old secondhand hearsay from a witness who for 18 years took money from pro-life donors, $30 million, and then this year, all of a sudden remembers, just weeks after the Dobbs leak happened, that 8 years ago, he heard that at a dinner party, Justice Alito told his guests that they would like the Hobby Lobby decision. Just now remembers that. Mr. Schenck wasn't there. Justice Alito said Mr. Schenk's story is not true. The dinner guest said Mr. Schenk's story is not true. The Supreme Court said Mr. Schenk's story is not true. Politico said, quote, "We spent several months, attempting to corroborate Schenk's claim, but were unable to locate anyone who heard about the decision from Alito or his wife before its release." Let me just say that part of that again. We were unable to locate anyone who heard about the decision from Alito before its release. And even the New York Times who broke the story, they said there are gaps in Mr. Schenk's account. Gaps in his account. That's liberal speak for this story doesn't add up. But I'll tell you something that did happen. The Dobbs draft opinion was in fact leaked, and it was made public on May 2nd, 2022. And after that leak, as I've said, dozens and dozens of churches were attacked. Dozens and dozens of pro-life crisis pregnancy centers were attacked. Protests occurred at Supreme Court justices' homes, and there was an assassination attempt on Justice Kavanaugh. But to date, in this Congress, not one hearing in the House Judiciary Committee about that leak. Not one hearing about the real leak, but here we are today at the end of the session having a hearing on the fake leak. From a witness whose story even the liberal press says, quote, "We were unable to locate anyone who can corroborate what he said." That's what we're doing. So I hope maybe in the last week or two of this session of Congress, maybe we can begin to look into what happened with the Dobbs decision, how that leak took place. I think that would be something that would merit our time and attention. I would also point out this, Mr. Chairman, before I yield back. We just got his testimony. We're supposed to get his testimony the night before. We just, at 12:20, we get his testimony for a 10 o'clock hearing. Been nice if we'd had that as well. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the chair of the Subcommittee on Courts, Intellectual Property and the Internet, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson, for his opening statement.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Chairman, for holding this very important hearing on such short notice. And I also want to thank the witnesses, particularly Reverend Schenck, for being here today. And I appreciate the time that you all have spent here. We were supposed to get started at 10, but we had some things going on the floor that prevented us from meeting at that time. So I appreciate your forbearance. For years, I've been writing and warning about an ethical crisis at the Supreme Court, and I've introduced legislation to address it. Not just one, but more than one piece of legislation. And I've chaired hearings on it in my court subcommittee, more than one hearing. And I've spoken about it repeatedly on television, online, in person, to news anchors, experts, and activists. And I've been raising the alarm, and after almost 2 Congresses, here's where we are. 2022 has seen more scandals of greater magnitude seeping out of 1 First Street than in any other single year in recent memory. Yet, what has been done? Unfortunately, we haven't seen any action from the United States Supreme Court itself. Certainly, they have every reason to want to address this crisis. Their job approval rating is the lowest it's been in the court's entire history. Record numbers of Americans think the court is too powerful, too partisan, and far too unaccountable. And public opinion matters to the court because it is the public who must respect and abide by the court's decisions, especially decisions they may disagree with. That the court itself is unwilling to hold itself to standards equal even to those for lower court judges, members of Congress, and the executive branch makes matters even worse. It took pressure from congressional appropriators just to get the court to admit that it was even considering an ethics code, but that was 3 years ago. I'd say it's been only silent since then, but that would not be true. It's been scandals. It's been Federalist Society speeches behind closed doors. It's been secret dinners with secret donors. The court either cannot or will not do what is in its own best interest. So, therefore, Congress must step in. The Constitution and the American people, for that matter, have entrusted this body to make the laws necessary to preserve the national well-being. A nation whose highest court was secretly and successfully infiltrated for over 2 decades by activists whining and dining their way to the legal outcomes they want, is not the hallmark of a healthy nation or a healthy democracy. So the answer here is not revolutionary. It's to impose a written code of ethics that would require justices to report more gifts more often and ensure the justices are not deciding cases for their friends and family members. My Supreme Court Ethics Recusal and Transparency Act, H.R. 7647, would do all of this. My friend and colleague, Senator Sheldon Whitehouse, led this effort by introducing the CERT Act in the Senate. Chairman Nadler has passed the CERT Act out of the House Judiciary Committee last May, and now the time has come for this legislation to be passed by the full House. I have every expectation that what we hear today will reinforce the already strong case for serious ethics reform at the Supreme Court. And I encourage my colleagues on both sides of the dais to hear this testimony in the appropriate context, as only the most recent of the court's many ethical lapses. I hope you will be moved to stand up, do your constitutional duty, and do what we must do to keep our nation healthy and strong, not only in the short term, but for the next 250 years. Again, I want to thank the witnesses for being here today, especially Reverend Shank, our whistleblower, for shining a bright light on the need for Supreme Court ethics reform. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize the ranking member of this court subcommittee, the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to first associate myself with the ranking member's statements. I then want to comment briefly on the statement by the subcommittee chairman. I found it an amazing statement that a member of the House could so vigorously talk about the lack of confidence in the honesty of a body. Sitting in this body with all of the rules that we now want to add to the court, some of which I support, but all those rules don't change the fact that on balance, the court has been, and I suspect will continue to be, a group of individuals, 9 at the top, over 600 Article III judges, and countless more Article I judges, who for the most part deserve the public confidence of the American people, that the vast majority of them all the time endeavor to do the right and honorable and ethical thing. It does us no good today to look at legislation by denigrating another body. The facts are there have been mistakes, perhaps even lapses of judgment, and this body has on occasion had to remove a federal judge. That doesn't change the fact that although they're human beings, and we should do everything we can to promote greater confidence, we gain very little by implying that this is a bought and paid for organization, or that their ethics, which were very, very high in everyone's mind on the other side of the aisle when they sided with them on an issue or two, suddenly is fraught with unfair influence when they don't like one or two of the last decisions. The disparagement of Justice Alito and the allegations, which as of today I consider completely unsupported and uncorroborated and in doubt, should be taken for what they are: a day late and a dollar short. You cannot make an allegation this many years later and not have the American people call into question the purpose and the reason for it. It may be true, but it certainly is not timely and does not seem to pass the test that we should have for a whistleblower. Having said that, with the majority changing hands, with the ranking member undoubtedly being a chairman in the next Congress, and with the possibility that we will be reviewing this legislation once again, I want to make a commitment here today. I will listen to the testimony. We will continue to meet with individuals on all sides of the issues, and we will look for the appropriate balance of self-rule by the Article III court, the Article III of the Constitution, the court, and those laws which should be passed to harmonize the Article 1, 2, and 3 of our government. I believe strongly that what is true for the executive branch should be true for Congress, and whenever possible and appropriate should be true for the justices and the subordinated courts. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for this conference. Even though I don't think I'm going to agree with some of what I hear today, it is important that we listen with open minds. And lastly, I want to reiterate, Mr. Chairman, for the years that I've worked with you, because this may be our last hearing, God knows I'm hoping it's our last hearing, it has been a pleasure to work.
As far as I know, it's our last hearing this year.
Well, then, the point, though, is that I look forward to working with in the new Congress. You and I chaired together the subcommittee on the court some years ago, and I know that we can, in fact, strike the right balance, and I hope that we all will leave here today with the commitment to do just that. And I thank you for your leadership, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. I will now introduce today's witnesses. Reverend Robert Schenck is the founder and president of the Dietrich Bonhoeffer Institute, named for a Protestant leader in Nazi Germany who resisted the rise of fascism and racism in his home country. Reverend Schenck holds his clergy faculties with the Mid-Atlantic Conference of the Methodist Evangelical Church in the USA. He received his certificate in Bible and Theology from Buffalo School of the Bible, his diploma in ministerial studies from Berrien College, and his BA, MA, and Doctor of Ministry from Faith Evangelical College and Seminary. Carolyn Fredrickson is the Distinguished Visiting Professor from Practice at Georgetown University Law Center. She's a nationally recognized expert on the Supreme Court and the U.S. Constitution, and recently served on the Presidential Commission on the Supreme Court. Previously, she served for 10 years as president of the American Constitution Society. Professor Fredrickson earned her BA from Yale University and her JD from Columbia Law School. Mark Paoletta is a partner at Sher Jaffe LLP, representing clients in congressional hearings and investigations. Before entering private practice, Mr. Paoletta most recently served as general counsel for the Office of Management and Budget under the Trump administration and as counsel to former Vice President Mike Pence. Mr. Paoletta received his BA from Duquesne University and his JD from Georgetown University Law Center. Donald Sherman is the Senior Vice President and Chief Counsel of Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington, or CREW. Mr. Sherman has a distinguished resume in ethics and oversight across the federal government, including time working in the White House, in both the House and the Senate, and in a federal agency. Mr. Sherman earned both his undergraduate and law degree from Georgetown University. We welcome our distinguished witnesses, and we thank them for participating today. I will begin by swearing in our witnesses. I ask that you please rise and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief? So help you God. You may be seated. Let the record show that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Please note that each of your written statements will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, I ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. To help you stay within that time, there is a timing light on your table. When the light switches from green to yellow, you have 1 minute to conclude your testimony. When the light turns red, it signals your 5 minutes have expired. Reverend Schenck, you may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, ranking member, members of the committee. I am Reverend Robert Schenck, an ordained evangelical minister and former lead missionary for Faith and Action in the nation's capital, a religious organization active on Capitol Hill from 1995 to 2018. I am now president of the Dietrich Bonhoeffer Institute here in Washington, named after the World War II-era German theologian and Nazi resistor who tried to protect the German evangelical church from Nazi co-optation before he was executed in 1945. Our institute supports ethically courageous leaders like our namesake who address the social issues of our time. I am here to present facts, as I know them, about Operation Higher Court, a Christian mission that I directed as part of Faith and Action for 20 years to bolster conservative Supreme Court justices in the views they already held. I had no qualms about complying with this committee's subpoena to testify, but I did not seek this public forum. After 4 decades of public life, I now relish the serenity of time with family, friends, colleagues, and my beloved books. Neither did I instigate the news coverage surrounding this subject. That began when a reporter overheard a former colleague talking about prayers we had with some of the justices inside the Supreme Court building. Before that, following stories about the leak of the Dobbs decision this past May, the New York Times had learned about my role in an earlier leak related to my work at the court, but I did not go on the record with them until much later. That was after I received no acknowledgement of a letter I sent to Chief Justice John Roberts in July detailing the matter. I had written it principally out of a concern that a court subordinate would unfairly take the blame for the Dobbs leak, suffering draconian punishment. Yet, I knew a justice would face no consequence for such a breach. By the time I went on the record, I was convinced there was even more significant implications not only to the 2014 leak, but also to the facts surrounding it. Operation Higher Court involved my recruitment of wealthy donors as stealth missionaries who befriended justices that shared our conservative social and religious sensibilities. In this way, I aimed to show these justices that Americans supported them and thanked God for their presence on the court and the opinions they rendered. Our overarching goals were to gain insights into the conservative justices' thinking and to shore up their resolve to render solid, unapologetic opinions, particularly against abortion. I called this our ministry of emboldenment. It was not an attempt to change minds. Beyond convivial small talk, our missionaries did not engage liberal members of the court. My recruits for Operation Higher Court were older, highly accomplished, and independently minded. They did not take kindly to being told where to go, what to do, or how to do it. Successfully deploying them required their autonomy. I did suggest tactics to cultivate affinity, but otherwise, our folks were on their own. Most of them limited their support to regular prayers on behalf of the justice's family, warm personal greetings and assurances of goodwill at social functions, and sending greeting cards on special occasions. But they might also host justices or their spouses for meals at restaurants, private clubs, or their homes, and sometimes the justices reciprocated. The Hobby Lobby leak resulted from one of these arrangements. Throughout this ordeal, I've had to look deeply at what my cohorts and I did at the Supreme Court. I believe we pushed the boundaries of Christian ethics and compromised the High Court's promise to administer equal justice. But I'm also conscious we were never admonished for the type of work our missionaries did. Quite to the contrary. In one instance, Justice Thomas commended me, saying something like, "Keep up what you're doing. It's making a difference." I humbly apologize to all I failed in this regard. Members of the court, its employees, and those at the Supreme Court Historical Society who expected better of me. Most of all, I beg the pardon of the folks I enlisted to help me do work that was not always transparently honest. Jesus Christ said of himself, "I am the way, the truth, and the life." I'm here today in the interest of truth-telling, and I'm prepared to answer any questions the committee may have for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Schenck. Professor Frederickson, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the committee for the opportunity to appear before you today in these very important hearings. Today, we're here to discuss whether and how Congress can address the perception and reality of ethics violations and conflicts of interest among Supreme Court justices. The Constitution says very little about the courts in Article 3, and critically leaves much of the detail to Congress to fill in. Up until this point, however, Congress has not exercised this power to impose enforceable ethics obligations on the Supreme Court, although it has done so for the lower federal courts. For a variety of reasons, including the perception of inappropriate political and ethical behavior, critics have suggested that the Supreme Court, too, must have a code of conduct that would mandate transparency and accountability and require recusal in cases where there is an actual or potential conflict of interest. Some believe that these perceptions have led to an historic drop in public confidence in the Supreme Court. Currently, only 16% of adults believe the justices do a good or excellent job of avoiding imposing their personal political views in their decisions. Currently, the justices are the only members of the Article III federal judiciary not subject to a written code of conduct. Since 1973, other judges have been required to adhere to a code that was drafted and has been revised by the United States Judicial Conference. Beyond the symbolic value of the court publicly stating its commitment to ethics through a written code, having something transparent and public promotes accountability and allows the public to assess whether the court is holding itself to an appropriate standard. But since the court has failed to act, Congress can step in to enact a code for the Supreme Court, either by directing the court to draft one, applying the current one to the justices, or by writing a code itself. This committee has chosen the first option. On May 11th, the House Judiciary Committee passed the Supreme Court Ethics, Recusal, and Transparency Act of 2022, H.R. 7647, which would require the Supreme Court to create a code of conduct that would apply to justices and their employees, ensuring that justices cannot pick and choose their ethical obligations without being bound by a single uniform code. The bill contains the following provisions, among others: a code of conduct, disclosure standards for gifts, travel, and income received by the justices, mandatory recusal in cases where a party has lobbied or spent significant sums regarding a justice or judge's confirmation, and when a party has given gifts, travel, and/or income to a justice or family members within 6 years of case assignment. A requirement that justices be fully aware of family interests that could be significantly affected by cases before them, and a requirement for the court to adopt a mechanism to review a recusal motion and post online summary explanations. As Chairman Nadler stated at the time of committee passage, the Supreme Court is one of our nation's most vital institutions, and its fidelity to equal and impartial justice, as well as the public's faith in the integrity of the judiciary, are foundational to maintaining the rule of law. The Brennan Center for Justice, where I am a senior fellow, has urged passage of this law, as have many other organizations dedicated to an independent judiciary and impartial justice. On May 13th, 2022, President Biden signed the Courthouse Ethics and Transparency Act. That law updated the Ethics in Government Act of 1978 to require online posting by federal judges of annual financial disclosures within 90 days of the deadline, prompted by a Wall Street Journal story detailing how many judges had in fact flouted the act. Well, the Courthouse Ethics Act will help enormously in making the federal judiciary more transparent and accountable. It does not go far enough, and that is why this committee's bill, H.R. 7647, remains essential. A bedrock aspect of rule of law in a democracy is an independent judiciary. Chief Justice Roberts underscored this vital need when he wrote to the nation's federal judges to reflect on our duty to judge without fear or favor, deciding each matter with humility, integrity, and dispatch. And he called on them, quote, to resolve to do our best to maintain the public's trust that we are faithfully discharging our solemn obligation to equal justice under law. There would be no better way to maintain, or perhaps, unfortunately, to regain that public trust than embracing the call for a code of conduct and showing the American people that the court is indeed dispensing equal justice under law. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Professor Frederickson. Mr. Palletta, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman Nadler, Ranking Member Jordan, and members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to testify. Today's hearing is another in a concerted effort by congressional Democrats and their media allies to undermine the legitimacy of the Supreme Court now that the court finally has a working originalist majority. You don't like the opinions the court is handing down, such as Dobbs and Bruen, so you are smearing the court to encourage the public to question its legitimacy and rulings. This year, we have seen political attacks on Chief Justice Roberts, Justice Thomas, Barrett, Gorsuch, and now Justice Alito. This political assault on the court is a dangerous game, as evidenced by the attempted assassination on Justice Kavanaugh and the need for round-the-clock security for the justices. My written statement addresses why the allegations against Justice Alito are unfounded, why the so-called Operation Higher Court is an absurd and classic grift, and why the justices' conduct does not raise judicial ethics concerns, and certainly not compared to the behavior of the late Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. But I want to focus the rest of my oral statement on Mr. Schenk's credibility, or lack thereof. The committee has convened a hearing to listen to allegations from a man who has built his entire career on deception and deceit. He admits to telling, in his words, a fair number of consequential lies. In fact, Mr. Schenk has been found by a federal judge to have lied repeatedly under oath. Mr. Schenk rewrites history to suit his needs. In fact, even today, he says in his 2018 memoir, Costly Grace, he wrote that Operation Higher Power's goal was to convert justices to a pro-life position. Quote, "We knew we were stuck with members of the federal bench. They were appointed for life. So why not convert them while in office?" But in peddling his story today, Mr. Schenk says, according to the New York Times and his testimony just now, his aim was not to change minds, but rather to stiffen the resolve of the court's conservatives in taking uncompromising stances that could eventually lead to the reversal of Roe. He rewrites history now, and not his first time, that his con job is getting more scrutiny. To even describe this project is to mock it. He would send these stealth missionaries to persuade the justices with biblical references, supposedly strengthening their resolve. It is a somewhat Manchurian Candidate feel to it, where covert agents say code words to activate a justice. Aside from the pure dishonesty of this campaign, does anyone actually believe that Justices Scalia, Thomas, and Alito need any converting or bucking up of their views of Roe v. Wade, that it was wrongly decided and needed to be overturned? Just as Thomas and Scalia had already voted to overturn Roe in Casey in 1992. And Justice Alito, when he was at the Department of Justice, had written in 1985 that the Constitution, quote, "does not protect a right to an abortion," years before the Schenk operation began. Mr. Schenk preyed on the goodwill of well-intentioned people who cared about pro-life issues to contribute $30 million to him. But Schenk's entire project was a grift and had zero impact on these justices or any justice in their votes or opinions. Today's hearing concerns Mr. Schenk's dubious claim that in June 2014, during a dinner at their home, Justice Alito or his wife disclosed to two of Mr. Schenk's donors the resultant author of the Hobby Lobby decision 3 weeks before it was issued by the court. Of course, Mr. Schenk was not at this dinner himself, but rather claims he was told by one of the donors, the participant, the next day. But Gail Wright, who was at this dinner, denies that Justice Alito or his wife ever disclosed this information. Justice Alito also denies that he or his wife disclosed such information. Mr. Schenk manipulates vague emails to spin a tale, but they don't prove anything. We are left with relying on the credibility of Mr. Schenk's word, and he is not a reliable narrator of the truth. He wants us to believe he has changed and put that deceptive and lying self behind him. But lots of people change their views on a topic. Being a deceiver and a liar is a separate matter, and changing that lying habit is harder. Mr. Schenk is and always has been chasing the money. In the old days, he conned wealthy conservative individuals. His new targets are progressive funders like Abigail Disney, who provided the seed money to start his new organization several years ago. But based on his recent IRS filings, he is running low on revenue, so he's decided to amp up his stories from his dark days. We have seen this show before. Committee Democrats and their allies argue that changes to the court are necessary because recent polling, just heard this today, that show the Supreme Court's approval rating is at 40%. But perhaps Congress should look in the mirror. What does it say that Congress's approval rating under Democrat control is only at 21%, with a 75% disapproval rating? Perhaps Congress should make changes to itself before meddling with the Supreme Court. This committee is so desperate to undermine the credibility of the Supreme Court and its conservative justices that it showcases a con man with a known record of lying and deception and zero credibility. And in this process, the committee is helping to smear an honorable justice and a good man. These attacks must end. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Paletta. Mr. Sherman, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you to address the ongoing ethical crisis at the Supreme Court. My organization Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization committed to ensuring ethics and transparency in government institutions. I understand that this hearing has been called in part to discuss Reverend Schenk's shocking allegations of a leak and undue influence at the Supreme Court. However, I want to be clear about the scope of my testimony today. I have no information about the veracity of Reverend Schenk's leak allegations and won't comment as to his character. Here is what I do know. The Supreme Court is facing a grave threat to its legitimacy. Its opaque and unpredictable ethical honor system has failed. The court is sliding from scandal to scandal with a response that suggests it is either too oblivious to understand this danger or too arrogant to address it. Meanwhile, polls show public confidence in the court at an all-time low. As someone who has conducted numerous government ethics and oversight investigations, it's shocking to reflect on how few methods of transparency and accountability apply to the federal courts. Federal judges are unelected and afforded life tenure. Supreme Court justices have no inspector general, are not subject to FOIA, lobbying disclosures, or visitor logs, and are exempt from the federal criminal conflict of interest statute. The court lacks basic oversight mechanisms, including those applicable to lower court judges, and still refuses to create a binding code of conduct. Ethics is not a partisan issue. America is losing faith in an institution whose credibility is its currency, and for good reason. Justices across the ideological spectrum have participated in cases in which they have a financial interest or that directly impact their spouse. Influence seekers are cozying up to justices at black tie galas. And months after the Dobbs leak, there are now allegations that a justice leaked details of a different opinion to wealthy activists recruited to buy access to him. These scandals are just the latest examples of the judiciary's larger systemic ethical failure. For decades, justices have tested the limits of the system's weak norms. Activists and advocates, regardless of motivation or ideology, have exploited loopholes in the court's ethics regime to obtain access to and potentially influence individual justices. That is the undisputed truth at the bottom of Reverend Schenk's allegations, that the Alitos became friends with the Wrights because Reverend Schenk recruited and groomed the Wrights to do so. Although other justices rejected similar overtures, the Supreme Court's non-existent ethics regime could do nothing to stop it. Even more troubling, neither this body nor the public know what rules or process exist to investigate Reverend Schenk's allegations, the Dobbs leak, or other ethics issues. The court appears to have none, yet has chafed against oversight from any other branch. Imagine, for example, if in response to a congressional letter or IG inquiry, an agency simply responded, well, the subjects of the investigation said they didn't do it. Congress and the public would be rightly outraged. That's essentially what the court's lawyer told Chairman Whitehouse and Johnson last month. It's both obtuse and untenable. In my written testimony, I outlined several steps that Congress can take under the Constitution to help fix these ethics problems and rebuild public faith in the court. I do not have the time to discuss all of them right now, so I will focus on the one that's most relevant to this hearing. The Supreme Court needs a public, binding code of conduct. If the court does not adopt its own, then Congress should require the court to develop one. That code needs to have significant limitations on the types and amounts of gifts that justices are allowed to accept and on their participation in outside events or speeches with politically aligned organizations, among others. The code also needs to include a clear standard for recusal and require justices to make those recusal determinations public. One of the central lessons of Operation Higher Court is how easy it is for the wealthy and connected to buy access to our justices. Reasonable people can and should question how that access undermines the credibility of an institution tasked with providing equal justice under law. Although Reverend Schenk is in the proverbial hot seat today, the arrogance and benign neglect of the Supreme Court are the actual reasons these scandals persist. In closing, the people have given Supreme Court justices the power to expand or take away our fundamental rights, and even to decide matters of life and death. In exchange, we merely demand that members of the highest court be held to the highest ethical standards. If the court continues to reject those calls, then Congress must step in and mandate reform. While the Supreme Court may interpret and even strike down our laws, it is not above them. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on this important topic. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. Let me announce to my colleagues that there's a vote on the floor, but we'll keep going as long as we can, consonant with giving everybody a chance to vote, and then we'll reconvene. I thank all the witnesses for their testimony. We'll now proceed under the 5-minute rule with questions. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. Mr. Sherman, the executive and legislative branches are subject to extensive ethics rules, much more than the judicial branch. In your opinion, have those worked? And why is the ease of access and ability to influence the court compared to Congress and the executive branch so concerning?
Thank you for the question. Well, I certainly think that the executive branch and the congressional ethics regimes could be strengthened. I think they pale, the Supreme Court's ethics regime pales in comparison. In fact, the Supreme Court doesn't even have to meet the ethical standards or have an ethical process consistent with what lower court judges have to abide by. So it is highly problematic and quite curious why the highest court in our land has the lowest ethical standards, even as compared to other federal judges.
Thank you. Professor Fredrickson, can you tell us what specific prohibitions or guardrails you think must be included in any code which the justices may adopt?
Well, thank you for that question. I think the guardrails that this committee has included are very significant ones. I think limitations on the ability to accept gifts, very important disclosure rules, and recusal. Recusal has to be something that actually really applies more forcefully to the justices. That is, there needs to be a policing mechanism that doesn't exist right now. Right now, the justices are the only judges in their own cause. They decide themselves whether to recuse, and there is no oversight mechanism of that. The court should be directed, as this committee's bill would do, to develop its standard and a policing approach where there would be some review by the court as a whole.
Let me just ask you very quickly, if the court didn't do that, would you think it proper for Congress to impose a code?
I think it would be far more preferable were the court to do it itself for many reasons, but I do believe that Congress could also do so.
Thank you. Reverend Schenck, what was the purpose of working to embolden conservative Supreme Court justices, especially when you suspected that they already agreed with you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're all human beings, all cut from the same cord. If there's anything I've learned in 45 years of ordained ministry, it's that we all suffer similarly, we all have similar weaknesses, and when I arrived at the Supreme Court in the late 1990s, at least my fellow conservatives and I had convinced ourselves that the conservative members of the court were beleaguered. They were disfavored. They were routinely maligned and insulted in the public arena. And we thought they needed some shoring up. And we also were concerned that some of them had assured in their testimony during confirmation hearing that Roe v. Wade was settled law, and that maybe, just maybe, other forces could work to intimidate them from coming after Roe. And so we wanted to create a circle of people around them that would encourage them, applaud them, literally thank God for them and assure them of prayerful support, and by being present, indicate to them that there were many, many Americans who were behind them and hoped that they would render strong, unapologetic, unequivocal opinions that would support the positions important to us.
Thank you. And briefly, can you describe the major differences you face when conducting outreach to members of Congress or the executive branch versus the Supreme Court? And how did that factor into your organization shifting its attention to the Supreme Court?
Yes, well, of course, with the other branches, there were clear rules in place that limited the way one could interact with the representatives of those branches. This body in particular, because we were aware that there were limitations on gifts, for example. When you took someone out to dinner, you had to be careful who can pay for this. And when it came to honoraria for speaking engagements and so forth, but none of that applied at the Supreme Court. We knew that there was a great deal of liberty and latitude there, and made our operation at the judicial branch at that level much easier.
Thank you. My time has expired. Mr. Stubbe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield my time to Chair Jordan.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Shank, did Gail Wright really tell you that?
Yes.
Justice Alito said he didn't tell her. She said she didn't tell him, but you're sure she told you?
Absolutely.
Now, you wrote a book a couple years ago, is that right? 2018, you
Yes.
wrote a book?
Yes.
I want to read a section from that book. It's a section where you relate you and your family attended oral arguments at the court. You were there in the courtroom, and that directly involved your brother Paul, also a reverend. And I just want to read this section. You said, with the single rap of the gavel, Chief Justice William Rehnquist announced, "We'll hear argument first this morning in number 95-1065, Reverend Paul Schenck and Dwight Saunders versus Pro-Choice Network of Western New York." Paul and I winked at each other, knowing we had made history with that reverend in his name. It had been a minor victory when we persuaded the court that reverend should remain before Paul's name, even though we had been told repeatedly that legal briefs never included such titles. You thought it was important that, obviously based on what you said, you thought it was important that the title Reverend be in front of Paul's name, is that right?
Correct.
And why was that?
Because we saw it as a religious liberty matter, and that would make it clear that it fit in that category.
Did Chief Justice Rehnquist really say that, the way I just read it from your book?
I can't say that I remember that.
Well, you're pretty darn
clearly.
specific here. You got the number, case number 95-1065. Very next word says Reverend Paul Schenck. You made it a big deal. Thought it's the first time it's ever happened. I'm just asking, did it really happen?
I wish I could tell. I would have to go back and review that.
So it may not have?
Possibly not.
Why do you say possibly not? You were emphatic in your book.
I would have to go back.
Well, we did go
review.
back. We did go back, and I got the transcript right here. Proceedings, 10:05 a.m., Chief Justice Rehnquist. We'll hear argument first this morning in number 95-1065, Paul Schenck and Dwight Saunders versus Pro-Choice Network of Western New York. Did you hear it?
I did.
Was there a word missing?
Title Reverend.
Yeah, wasn't in there. In your book, you said it was a big deal, so much so that you winked at your brother. Did you wink at your brother?
Yes.
What'd you wink for if it wasn't in the title?
Well, it was our case.
But that's not, you said you winked because they included Reverend in the title, and the transcript says Mr. Rehnquist didn't.
Perhaps not.
Perhaps? Court reporter get it wrong? Did he say it and the court reporter get it wrong?
Well, then,
Well, we got the audio too. I'm going to play that for everyone to hear.
We'll hear argument first this morning, number 95-1065, Paul Schenck and Dwight Saunders versus Pro-Choice Network of Western New York.
Reverend, did you hear that?
I did.
Was there a word missing that's different from what you put in your book?
A title, yes.
What was that title?
Reverend.
Reverend was not there. Right? Did you wink at your brother?
I think I did. In fact, I think I actually
Oh, wow.
poked him.
So now you got more details. You got the key detail wrong, what you were writing about in your book, but now you remember an additional detail. You not only winked, you elbowed your brother.
I think I
Even
did.
though the reason for the wink in your writing was the fact that Reverend was using the title, something that had never been done, but it wasn't used. But we're supposed to believe you today. We're supposed to take your word over Justice Alito's word. We're supposed to take your word over a lady who gave you dollars donated to your cause, Miss Gail Wright. You're disparaging her name, Justice Alito's name, and the court. And you have this, which obviously didn't happen. We got the transcript, we got the audio, but you made it a big deal in your book. One thing I've learned, people who mislead folks on small things, mislead them on big things. And you know what? You can lie in a book, it's not a crime. You can lie to the New York Times, that's not a crime. But when you come in front of Congress and you say things that are not true, you're not allowed to do that. You're not supposed to do that. And we have seen it. You're not supposed to do that. I yield back. This is
Gentleman yields back. And at this time, the time has expired, and so I will therefore recognize myself for 5 minutes of questions. Reverend Schenck, I've been in Congress now for 16 years, and never have I witnessed the kind of savage attack that has been levied against you today. I've never seen that or heard that happen.
Gentlemen, yield.
Before. I know I won't. I'd like to know, sir, do you have any response to anything that Attorney Pauletta said about you?
Yes, a couple of things. One is, I think he alluded to finding that I had made untruthful statements under oath, something like that. In those days, I was a street activist. And these were, there were a number of criminal proceedings. At that time, we felt we were not, those of us who were activists were not obligated to incriminate ourselves. It was up to others to prove their accusations against us. I will say that, you know, activists, like politicians, become hyperbolic. We use inflammatory language for effect. At this season of my life, when the most important things to me are the love of my family, the hugs of my new grandchild, and really, you know, probably the last third of my professional career and maybe life. What matters to me is telling the truth, is speaking candidly. And that's what I've come here to do.
Let me, and thank you for that, and let me just say that having looked through your background, having seen that you were born to a father who was Jewish, a mother who was Catholic, she converted to Judaism, but then as you got older, you converted to Christianity, took flack for it from the family, which was later, they embraced you. But you are a man who has stood on principle, even though I've disagreed with many of the positions that you've taken over the years. But I don't think it can be said that you are a gentleman who lacks principle and character and does what you believe and is truthful and honest. So I want to thank you for being here today. I want to ask you, what was the relationship between the Supreme Court Historical Society and your efforts with influencing justices at the Supreme Court, or at least bolstering them in their thinking?
Mr. Chairman, in 1999, my organization acquired a piece of property across the street from the Supreme Court, which we thought would give us advantage in accessing the court, and it did. And at that time, I discovered the existence of the Supreme Court Historical Society, and in particular that it sponsored an annual dinner inside the court hosted by the Chief Justice, often attended by most of the other associate justices, and that one could join this society and enjoy access to those events, which I did. I joined the society, and it became an entry point for our work.
And you actually had donors to raise money for the Supreme Court Historical Society. Is that correct?
Yes, I encouraged our people to contribute generously.
Do you have any idea how much money you were able to raise for the Supreme Court Historical Society and what that money may have been used for?
I never actually added it up, but it was considerable. It was certainly...
Over $1 million?
It could have been.
Professor Fredrickson, can you tell me how my bill, the Supreme Court Ethics, Recusal, and Transparency Act, would potentially prevent or at least root out influence campaigns like the one that Reverend Schenck has described?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Johnson. Thank you for your very fine work on this legislation. You know, a couple of obvious ways. The disclosure standards for gifts, travel, and income would go to the private dinners and the travel that was described by Reverend Schenck, a mandatory recusal with a policing mechanism, you know, for the court itself to review recusal motions. I think those things would go very much, both to potentially the reality of conflicts of interest, but certainly the perception that so many people have that there are ethics problems on the Supreme Court.
Thank you. My time has expired. I now recognize the gentleman from Arizona, Representative Biggs, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Schenck, I have to say there is something in the law that we call hearsay. And hearsay is inherently unreliable, and we don't allow that in. And in your case, you got hearsay built upon hearsay built upon hearsay. It's inherently unreliable. It's incredible. It's unbelievable. So we don't let that in. You'd have to have 3 exceptions to the hearsay rule to get that in. You got none. You got none. At the law, we call it hearsay. You know what we call it in the world away from law? Gossip, innuendo, deceit. And I have to tell you, it is one of the most pernicious performances I've seen publicly in a long time. I find it interesting, Mr. Chairman, we're having this hearing, given the committee's the Democrats' lack of reaction to the leak of the draft of the Dobbs decision. You held 0 hearings on it. An assassination threat was made. You slow-walked security legislation for Supreme Court justices. But today we're here based on a guy who's telling us a story that someone allegedly told him about somebody allegedly told him. That is what's pernicious here. Politico, it's not a friend of Justice Alito. They spent months trying to corroborate your story. But they said, quote, they said they're unable to locate anyone who heard about the decision directly from either Alito or his wife before its release at the end of June 2014. End of quote. But we're having a hearing today on this topic when the majority have ignored real threats to the Supreme Court over the past year. For example, following the leak of the draft Dobbs decision, daily protests outside the home of Supreme Court justices were encountered trying to sway or influence the Dobbs decision. But we didn't have a hearing on that. In June, Nicholas Roski was arrested outside the home of Justice Brett Kavanaugh after he admitted that he came from California to Maryland to assassinate Justice Kavanaugh. But we didn't have a hearing on that, but we're having a hearing today based on specious, defamatory statements. Mr. Paoletta, thanks for being here today. You saw the coverage of the constant protests at the Supreme Court earlier, I believe. What were those protests designed to accomplish, do you think?
The protests, beginning in part with Senator Schumer standing on the steps of the Supreme Court and, in my view, physically threatening Justices Kavanaugh and Gorsuch and telling them that if they rule a certain way, they'll pay the consequences. They won't know what hit them. So we also have to remember it went back to Senator Schumer making that threat on the steps of the Supreme Court about what kind of case? An abortion case. And all of these threats, all of these protests are designed to intimidate the justices, but even more so, fear for their life. I mean, to intimidate them as justices, but fear for their life. And that's why justices have round-the-clock security now, which I think is unheard of, but it's all caused, right? And let me put it this way. I don't think they're protesting the liberal justices, okay? These are all targeted at the conservative justices and have put their life in danger, all of them.
And the design is to have a long-term impact on the court and on decisions that come out of the court. And you might be aware that the chairman of this committee, Chairman Nadler, and several other members of this committee are supporting legislation to expand the number of justices on the Supreme Court. And a member of this committee tweeted out, the Supreme Court expansion is infrastructure. Why do you think they want to expand the size of the Supreme Court?
For many, many years, the Supreme Court has basically been a super legislature, putting in place sort of policies and essentially laws that they couldn't get enacted through the democratic process. So they want to return to those days and increase the court size so that they can get these policies adopted. It's a terrible development in undermining the legitimacy of the Supreme Court.
We have a Democrat who tweeted out, Republicans stole 2 Supreme Court seats to have a far-right supermajority, and now the court is ready to strip away our fundamental rights, expand the court before it's too late. That corroborates what your premise is. I'll just tell you, I'll close. Mr. Sherman, you asked what would happen if agencies didn't respond to letters from members of Congress. I send 75 to 100 letters a year. I don't get any responses from this administration. Sorry.
The time of the gentleman has expired. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. I want to begin by thanking the witnesses for their testimony today. The Supreme Court, the highest court in our nation, no longer has the confidence of most Americans. This institution, an historic symbol of integrity and fairness that is meant to be free from politicization, now seems as politicized as Congress itself. And it's no wonder why. Report after report has detailed how some justices of our highest court are acting in defiance of the principles of ethics they are meant to uphold. They've accepted tens of thousands of dollars in travel and lodging benefits that don't get reported. They've refused to recuse themselves in cases where they clearly have a conflict of interest. And most recently, we've learned of a justice potentially catering to a special interest group and giving them advance notice of a pending decision. Every member of Congress and federal judges throughout our system, except those on the Supreme Court, are subject to a code of ethics to govern this kind of behavior. It's bewildering that the Supreme Court justices are not, and we're clearly seeing the results of that. We have trusted them to police themselves, and clearly they have failed. Fortunately, we know how to fix this. We can and must restore faith in our highest court, and we can start by passing the Supreme Court Ethics and Transparency Act, an important court reform package that would do just that. Now, I want to begin my question, Reverend Schenck, with you. This campaign, which I think to most Americans is just shocking, that there was actually a sophisticated effort to influence either by bucking up or strengthening the views or even changing the minds of justices of the Supreme Court on important issues, that this is shocking to me. But in addition to that work, was there also travel with supporters of the higher court campaign with justices of the Supreme Court, both to vacation destinations, vacation homes, and can you give some examples of some trips that the justices took, if any, with supporters of Faith in Action?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I was aware that Justices Alito and Scalia had visited the home the second or third home, I'm not sure how they counted it, of the Wrights, Don and Gail Wright, in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. They had both been out there to visit. I was not aware of any other in particular.
And were you aware on those trips whether or not the justices travel with their spouses?
I don't recall, Mr. Chairman. Maybe, and I'll just correct myself, I was aware of one trip that Justice Scalia took with Mr. Don Wright that involved hunting. I think they were quail hunting somewhere, perhaps even in South America, I'm not sure.
Thank you. Mr. Sherman, would you speak to this question? There's been some public reporting about this as well. Currently, are Supreme Court justices permitted to take trips, private trips with individuals can be valued at thousands of dollars without disclosing that benefit?
They are. There is a gift ban statute, but the regulations that apply to lower court judges do not apply, or the justices of the Supreme Court are not bound by that. So essentially what you have is justices accepting gifts based on whether they choose to accept them or not. And, you know, everybody loves free trips, but certainly at the highest court in our land, we should have a transparent process for the justices to resolve those conflicts of interest.
And are there any limitations in the existing law or ethics provisions that limit what happens during those free trips that justices may take?
No.
And can you describe for the American people what is the consequence of permitting free gifts of any value as it relates to travel or other gifts? What is the potential danger of that? Why does it matter?
So obviously there's the potential danger of influence and the specter of wealthy activists using their money to get the justices to change their mind or decide in their favor. But more importantly, an independent and impartial judiciary is what ensures that the law protects regular folks like y'all's constituents and holds the powerful accountable.
And so if I have legislation that in fact would require the disclosure and set some limitations on travel that can be given to Supreme Court justices, would that address this issue appropriately?
While I certainly would hope that the court implemented a code of conduct, that would help address the issue, yes.
If the court fails to do so.
Yes.
Thank you. We now have 2 votes on the House floor, so we will recess immediately. We will recess now and return immediately after the second vote. The committee stands in recess.
committee will come to order. I will now recognize Mr. McClintock, the gentleman from California, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This hearing is absolutely astonishing to me. Your star witness is a pathetic grifter, a documented liar. And he comes here to tell us that in 2014, Justice Alito told a dinner companion how a Supreme Court would rule in the Hobby Lobby case. But his source vehemently denies it. The justice vehemently denies it. There are no contemporaneous notes or recordings, and not a single newspaper can corroborate this, although they desperately tried. So the testimony is impeached by the very sources the grifter claims to have had, and there's nothing to support his claims. And he didn't think to share it publicly until 8 years later, when the left began a concerted effort to smear Justice Alito for the Dobbs decision and to delegitimize the court as an institution because they intend to pack it. Meanwhile, the Judiciary Committee has no interest in some fundamental questions like who leaked the draft of the Dobbs decision, or why isn't the Justice Department enforcing the law to protect Supreme Court justices from intimidation at their own homes, or did the Justice Department really interfere in the 2016 and 2020 presidential elections? Those are important questions. This is a theater of the absurd. And it's how the left operates, outrageous and slanderous claims, and when they're thoroughly debunked, they just move on to the next target. Mr. Chairman, I am sincerely embarrassed for you. I'm sincerely embarrassed for your colleagues. This hearing puts a punctuation mark on the whole sad proceedings of this committee. My problem in asking questions is simple facts are so damning against the Democrats as to make any further commentary pointless. So res ipsa loquitur, the thing speaks for itself. I'll simply ask Mr. Paoletta for any thoughts that he has in my remaining time.
Mr. McClintock, thanks for the opportunity. You know, it's just, as I said in my opening statement, we're left with relying on the credibility of Mr. Schenk's word. And I noticed, because of course he didn't turn his testimony in until 10 minutes before the hearing, when I think the rest of us did the night before by 6 o'clock. So we couldn't cross-check it before the hearing. He says there was an interesting storyline in one of his comments, and I pulled up a Christian Newswire story from, I think, the day of the Hobby Lobby, well, it was of the decision, but he's referencing the fact that on the day of the oral argument, he claims in here that, I'll read it, on the day their case was argued before the justices, Reverend Schenck led the Greens and the Hahn family, owners of Conestoga Wood Specialties, for an unprecedented prayer service in the Supreme Court dining room just before they all entered the courtroom. I thought that was impossible to be having a prayer service on a day of oral argument in the dining room, okay? The Supreme Court is a pretty locked down place in general. When they're doing oral arguments, it's very locked down for things like that. If you look at his testimony today, he says, on March 25th, I attended the oral argument in the Hobby Lobby cave, having obtained a reserved seat from the Marshal office. Earlier that day, I had convened a prayer service in the Supreme Court's cafeteria dining area, which attorneys for both Hobby Lobby had attended. So he's changed it completely from this behind-the-scenes sort of access of going into the dining room of the Supreme Court to the cafeteria, which is literally open to the public when you're there. So again, this is, just, there's so many of these things. And again, going back to what Congressman Jordan had brought up about this, his book, which I saw this weekend, about how he was so happy that Chief Justice Rehnquist had said Reverend Paul Schenck as he called up the case. And it's a complete lie. Now, if you look at Mr. Schenk's book, he had to have looked back at that because it has the caption of the case. Like, he had to go back and look at what was actually said in order to write his book. So back in 2018, when this book came out, he was looking, and he literally invented that scene, but he put that word in there for Chief Justice Rehnquist to say, so we could support his storyline that somehow he had overcome all these naysayers and gotten the court to put Reverend in his name. So that's why he's not a reliable narrator of the truth, as I say.
But
He
au
adds
contraire,
things for
he's
his-
the Democrat's star witness in this. It's upon his ridiculous testimony they based this entire hearing, their last hearing of this session. I think it's a reflection on them more than anything. And as I said, I think that it's a fitting way to end a pathetic session of this Congress and the work of this Judiciary Committee. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I will now recognize the gentle lady from the state of Washington, Representative Jayapal, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all very much for being with us today. Blatant moral and ethical violations in the Supreme Court, the highest court in the land, have eroded America's trust in our system. From Justice Clarence Thomas's failure to recuse himself after his wife's questionable January 6th related activities, to lavish private dinners and trips paid for by wealthy donors, the Supreme Court is long overdue for a more ethical code of conduct. And I wanted to focus on how wealthy donors cozy up to justices and influence SCOTUS decisions. Reverend Schenck, it's been reported that you trained your stealth missionaries to get to know the conservative justices at a personal level and support their conservative viewpoints through faith. Did you instruct them to talk to justices in a specific way? What were they trained to say or not say?
Thank you, Representative Jayapal. Yes, I did. We had orientations. We told them what would be appropriate, even how to address the justices, and then to find areas of commonality that might establish a rapport. And that proved to be very effective.
And were these justices aware that you were seeking to influence or embolden their decision-making on the bench, or at least encourage or support more hardline or conservative-leaning positions?
I'm not certain how to answer that because I wasn't inside their thinking. Over time, I felt that our presence there became more welcome. And that was just registered by the amount of invitations that they extended to our stealth missionaries for conversation and even visits inside chambers.
And can you talk about how the messaging, particularly prayers in the company of conservative justices, was shaped as political?
Yes. I was trained that prayers should always end with an uncertainty and a submission to the will of God, whatever that may be. On the other hand, there's another kind of prayer that telegraphs a different kind of message. When you pray for a specific outcome, it's not necessarily conversation with the divine anymore. It's a conversation between two persons and of a privileged nature, because very few people will interrupt a prayer. So you can get through the case you're making in a very effective way.
So a wealthy interest group regularly wines and dines the Supreme Court justices for the specific purpose of swaying opinions on landmark cases that will affect millions of Americans. Members of Congress have already requested that the Supreme Court launch an inquiry into these claims. Has the Supreme Court demonstrated any openness to an investigation, Mr. Sherman?
Not that I'm aware of. The court has no transparent process for either receiving or investigating complaints or allegations of ethical misconduct, which we have seen both with respect to the Dobbs leak and the allegations made by Reverend Schenck here, which again pales in comparison to the transparency and accountability measures both in the executive branch and in Congress.
And Professor Frederickson, why is explicit partisanship concerning when it's demonstrated by members of the judiciary? Why do we generally want justices to appear nonpartisan? Is it the same as appearing impartial? I think this is important for the whole country to understand.
Both of those are critical elements for the judiciary, to be nonpartisan and be impartial. Obviously, unlike members of Congress and the president, they are not elected. They serve under good behavior, which has generally been understood to be for life. It means that we really do need to have a belief in their honesty and their adherence to rule of law. And ultimately, when it comes down to it, we have to remember what Alexander Hamilton said in Federalist 78, which is that the judiciary is the least dangerous branch because it has neither purse nor sword, unlike the executive or the Congress, and that its power is in the public confidence and the faith in their adherence to rule of law. And if they start to lose the public confidence, then we lose our rule of law.
And in fact, that's already happened. We've seen a historic drop in public confidence. If the American people can't trust the independence of the judiciary of the decisions, the very foundations of our democracy are threatened. And it's why I introduced H.R. 7706, the Judicial Ethics and Anti-Corruption Act, which bans federal judges from owning conflicted assets, and a number of other things. And I know my time has expired, so Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Next, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Mr. Paoletta, as many of my colleagues have noted, following the leak in the decision in the Dobbs case, there were several instances of fanatics professing anti-life views, targeting, destroying, and vandalizing numerous pro-life facilities and groups to further their political cause. I led a letter to Attorney General Garland with my colleagues from Wisconsin regarding a specific case of arson that you may or may have heard of against pro-life office in Madison, Wisconsin. 6 months later, there still has been no arrest in that case. Many people, including the head of Wisconsin Family Action, are rightfully questioning whether state and federal law enforcement are not pursuing this case simply because it was against pro-life facility. I share the frustrations with the lack of justice in this case. And so could you answer for me, what can Congress do to shed more light on these attacks and ensure that law enforcement is doing their job diligently in these specific instances?
Congressman, I think it's very troubling that the Department of Justice has done nothing in response to all of these attacks. It's really, these attacks have been despicable. And the fact that the Department of Justice, I don't think, has done anything in response to them is truly troubling. I think Congress should have looked into it long ago, and I think perhaps in the new Congress, investigating the Department of Justice for why they didn't look into these attacks is a good use of time. And accountability. We want to talk about accountability and transparency. Let's see why the Department of Justice hasn't done anything to protect these tremendous organizations that help women who are in trouble. And you see Democrats in Congress belittling these organizations. I think I saw Senator Warren saying they were con organizations or something like that. Really just offensive comments. So that's what I would hope Congress would do in the next Congress.
Very good. Just to follow up, the Dobbs draft opinion was leaked months ago. Despite an investigation, as we know, the leaker still has not been identified. We are circulating an Accountability Act that would specifically focus on leaks, which would make it a crime to leak any of this confidential information from the Supreme Court. Do you see a path to ever finding this specific person for the leak? And then, ultimately, do you think that we can hold them accountable? I think the frustration that many members of Congress are expressing at this point is that there aren't many secrets in this town, but for some reason, this individual has certainly been sheltered, and there is absolutely, I think, evidence that there are specific people that know who this person is, and why they haven't been identified at this point is beyond me.
It was, again, a despicable act. Whoever leaked that opinion, in my view, tried to bring down the Supreme Court and the integrity and the working relationships among the justices in terms of doing their work. So I join you. I hope the leaker is found and held accountable. We could speculate all day as to who did it and how they did it. I assume that that person was careful and thought it through before they did it. I'm not sure we'll ever find that person in the near term. I hope we do. But but it was a despicable act.
Very good. I have one more question for you. During the Trump administration, congressional Democrats and leftist organizations used dark money allegations to criticize the Trump administration and the Senate's success in confirming conservative judicial nominees. However, Democrats conveniently ignored their role in using dark money groups. Democrats' active role in lobbying against judicial nominees can be traced back to the partisan campaign led by then Senate Judiciary Chairman Joe Biden against the Reagan Supreme Court nominee, Judge Bork, that we're all familiar with. More recently, Demand Justice reportedly sought to spend $5 million to try and block the confirmation of Brett Kavanaugh. Additionally, Amalgamated Charitable Foundation is a 501c3 and a donor-advised fund, which is basically a charitable savings account for donors. It was created by the labor unions and Amalgamated Bank to support left-wing causes. My question would be, just to kind of sum this up, would be, is there a way of tracing this dark money, and how prevalent do you think it is in the system? And as far as you can tell, why do you think that there is this double standard that exists between any times you talk about dark money on one side versus another?
Look, the First Amendment's important, and for people to be able to contribute and have their anonymity protected, and to have the free flow of exchange and sort of advocacy. But there is a wicked double standard that the Democrats, I think when you look at the amount of money that is spent on either side, I think it's Arabella Advisors and all of their tentacles far exceed anything that the conservatives or I don't know that for sure, but I think that's right. So it's a double standard. I'm not.
Gentleman's time has expired. If you would just wrap up.
It's a double standard.
Thank you. We will now go to the gentleman from California, Representative Swalwell, for 5 minutes.
I thank the chair, and at the beginning of the hearing, Mr. Jordan alluded to threats that were made toward Judges Kavanaugh, Gorsuch, and others, and I want to make it clear that and I believe most of my colleagues have denounced any threats of violence that have been made to any judges, to any public officials. That's not how we conduct ourselves in this country. We enact the will of the people through voting, not through violence. But I do want to ask the ranking member, because he wants to have this conversation, will he, after tweeting this morning, a tweet that said, "The left attacks Justices Thomas and Alito because they're standing up for the rule of law, the Constitution, and freedom," will the ranking member denounce what the former president said last week when he said, "A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution"? So I will wait after my time is up to see if the ranking member endorses Donald Trump's call to terminate the Constitution, because the ranking member seems to have a high interest in protecting it, or if he will continue to be silent. And I think we should all conclude that his silence is complicity. And since we're on the topic of denouncing violence, will the ranking member also denounce the tweet that he put out praising Kanye West? He tweeted, "Kanye, period, Elon, period, Trump, period." Kanye went on after that tweet, of course, to say that he's going to declare a war on Jews, and also that he would go on to praise Hitler. And so I will wait again for the ranking member. Does he stand with Kanye and his hatred of Jews and love for Adolf Hitler, or will he denounce it? Again, we will wait to see, because the ranking member has a lot of opinions, Mr. Jordan, about what others should be denouncing. So we will wait to see what you can do. Moving on to Mr. Schenck. Mr. Schenck, thank you so much for coming forward today. Your testimony is important as Americans wonder if the Supreme Court can be independent and credible. And I have to ask you, for the sake of your own credibility, have you been paid by anyone for your testimony today?
No.
Have you been paid by anyone for the story that was printed in the New York Times about what you heard 8 years ago?
No, Congressman.
In fact, have you received threats, and including death threats, because of what you've said?
I don't know if they rise to death threats. They've certainly been quite menacing. Yes, I have received those kinds of threats, and it's been very costly for me. both for the current organization that I'm leading, for me personally, and most especially for the duress on my family.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that as someone who, receives the same types of threats and thinks about their family first. But I have to ask then, if you're not being paid for coming forward with this information and you are suffering threats to yourself and your family and your personal finances, why did you come forward?
For three reasons, Congressman. One is I felt it was a moral obligation. Second, in this season of my life in ministry, I've made a new resolution that truth-telling should be at the core of everything that I do. And finally, I think it's in the best interests of the country. I think it's in the best interests of the court, where I spent 20 years and still have great respect for the institution and almost venerate it in a sense. But its integrity is critical to its success and role in our democracy. So those are the three principal reasons I'm here. There are more, but they haven't come without cost.
Thank you, Reverend. God bless you and your family as you come forward with the truth. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back and I will sit here to see if Jim Jordan will address Donald Trump's threats to the Constitution, or if Mr. Jordan will just simply look the other way.
Mr. Swalwell, would you yield your balance to
yield
the
back, Mr.
gentleman
Chairman.
from Mr. Jordan? I think, Mr. Jordan, are you?
You wanted questions? I'll take a couple seconds to answer.
Okay, Mr. Jordan wanted a couple of seconds to answer.
Yes, well, Mr. Jordan denounced Donald Trump's termination of the Constitution.
President Trump has clarified his comments regarding the Constitution. He put out another post, I think a day or so later, maybe the next day, I can't recall. And everyone knows President Trump, there's no way this guy's anti-Semitic. This guy was the most pro-Israel president in history. Put the embassy back in Jerusalem. Abraham Accord, I mean, the most pro-Israel president we've ever had did more in foreign policy in the Middle East than any president we've ever had. So,
And do you denounce your tweet praising Kanye West?
That tweet was not our account, and that tweet's been removed.
Gentleman's time has expired.
So, no, it's my time.
He yielded the balance of his time to you.
Well, he's overtime. There's no time. I thought,
So,
I haven't used my time yet.
no, you have not.
I got
Chair
questions for these witnesses.
Chair will now recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me start by saying, used to be the case on Palm Beach Island that at the private clubs, no blacks or Jews were even allowed to be members or invited as members, and it was actually Donald Trump, before he was in politics, that made that, I think, very important change so that we weren't treating people differently based on their immutable traits. I also want to say on the subject of this hearing, when it comes to Supreme Court ethics and guardrails, I am supportive of bipartisan efforts to have some sort of an ethics construct on the court. I don't understand why Congress is subject to ethics rules, the executive is subject to ethics rules, but what, because we put a black robe on somebody and give them a lifetime appointment, all of a sudden, when they fail to enact their own ethics rules, we just allow that to occur? And to my friends on the right, like, if you can buy off Supreme Court justices, the left is definitely going to end up being way better at that than we are. And so I would suggest in the next Congress, when this is more than just a theatrical exercise, we actually work together on opportunities to have strong ethics requirements that enhance the public perception of the court. I yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Jordan.
The gentleman for yielding. Mr. Schenck, how did the New York Times get the story?
They called me and asked me to confirm facts surrounding what they had heard about a 2014 leak of the Hobby Lobby decision.
What prompted them to call you?
They said they had learned some facts about the case, and they were asking me if it was true.
From whom?
They did not, the reporters did not tell me from whom they learned it.
Just out of the clear blue sky, they come say, hey, did Ms. Wright at a dinner party hear from Justice Alito the outcome of a pending case, in particular the Hobby Lobby case, and did she call you? How did they know the facts? The alleged facts, because they're not facts. I don't think it happened.
That was not the question they asked me. The first call from reporter Jody Cantor, I think it was something along the lines of, we are aware of a possible prior leak and that you were involved, and can we ask you some questions about that? It was words to that effect.
And what did you say then?
I said I was not prepared to talk about that.
Okay, but then you've subsequently talked to the New York Times, so when did you call them back?
It was probably days to, I would say certainly multiple days. I was very conflicted. I wanted to keep this a private matter. I did not intend to go public with it.
Do you remember the date that you did call the New York Times back and tell them the alleged story that you've shared here today?
It may have been late May. I would have to consult my notes on that.
Well, let me ask it this way. You said this to the New York Times after the actual leak of the Dobbs opinion.
Let me think about that for a minute, Congressman.
I'm trying to figure out where it fits in. You have the Dobbs leak on May 2nd. You write a letter to the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Justice Roberts, on June 7th. When did you talk to the New York Times?
Sometime, I would have to check again, but it was sometime in late May to early June.
So before you sent so it was more important to talk to the press about this leak than it was to put the court on notice as something that's so egregious that you're here today testifying in front of Congress.
Oh, I was in great turmoil about the whole matter, Congressman. I was literally praying on it. I was agonizing over it,
Well, I appreciate
wondering
that.
what I should do about
Prayer is
it.
important. I appreciate that. But you did it before you sent the letter to the Chief Justice.
Off the record, strictly off the record, I did answer some questions.
Well, now we're talking off the record. Why off the record? If it's so darn important, you're praying for it, why not just tell them? More importantly, if you really want this to happen, why not go to the Chief Justice first? Why not go to the court first? If you're so concerned, this is so egregious, we got to come forward, even though, why not do that? But no, you said, I'm going to go off the record with the New York Times.
I wonder, Mr. Jordan, have you ever dealt with the Chief Justice?
I
wasn't sure I wanted to get called in by the Chief Justice.
I have to do a call. I do a call with the Chief Justice. We do a call where we talk about the courts and the whole system.
Well, Mr. Jordan, maybe the reason that he was off the record then is because there was no book deal.
Maybe. My time is expired.
Could I ask just to hear your comment, Mr. Gates? I couldn't hear it. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, maybe a book deal was.
Oh, there was no book deal.
A motivator.
No, absolutely no book deal.
Gentleman's
There is
time-
no book deal, no
gentleman's
consideration
time
of
has
a book deal.
expired. We'll now go to the gentleman from California, Mr. Liu, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard some disturbing comments from my colleagues across the aisle today that somehow we need to not criticize the Supreme Court and we need to not attack the legitimacy. That's just absolutely wrong. We are co-equal branches of government. Our job is to conduct oversight over the other branches of government, including the Supreme Court. And if they have self-inflicted wounds, if they do bad things, it's our job to criticize them and to show that to the public. And we are not here to prop up institutions if they don't deserve to be. Now, one reason the United States Supreme Court is at its lowest approval rating in U.S. history is because multiple Supreme Court justices lied to the American people. So I have some questions for Professor Fredrickson. These justices lied during their confirmation hearings, and this is how we know. In the Dobbs majority opinion, the majority states that Roe was egregiously wrong from the start. Justices Gorsuch and Kavanaugh signed under that opinion. They had to know at the time of the confirmation hearings that Roe was egregiously wrong from the start. So, Professor Fredrickson, did Justice Kavanaugh tell the American people under oath during his confirmation hearings that Roe was egregiously wrong from the start?
No, I don't believe so.
Did Justice Gorsuch tell the American people that he believed Roe was egregiously wrong from the start?
No, I don't believe so.
In fact, they did exactly the opposite. Justices Kavanaugh and Gorsuch went out of their way to assure the United States senators under oath and the American people that they viewed Roe as settled precedent. In fact, he told Senator Lindsey Graham that he would have walked out the door had Trump asked him to overturn Roe. And this was just Justice Gorsuch said. I would tell you that Roe v. Wade, decided in 1973, is a precedent of the United States Supreme Court. It has been reaffirmed. A good judge will consider it as a precedent of the U.S. Supreme Court, worthy as treatment of precedent like any other. He did not say Roe was egregiously wrong from the start. And then Justice Kavanaugh had the following to say. He said, it is a settled precedent of the U.S. Supreme Court entitled to the respect under principles of stare decisis. The Supreme Court has recognized the right to abortion since the 1973 Roe v. Wade case. It has reaffirmed it many times. Kavanaugh did not say that Roe was egregiously wrong from the start. These two justices lied to the American people. They went out of their way to assure U.S. senators, the American people, that they viewed Roe v. Wade as settled precedent. That is one reason U.S. Supreme Court is at its lowest approval rating in history. That's why we need to also pass a Supreme Court code of ethics. And then in my remaining time, I'd like to ask Reverend Schenck some questions. So clearly, when the New York Times called you to ask the United States Supreme Court, they already had information that there was a leak of the Hobby Lobby decision. Is that correct?
Yes.
And based on that article and the leak of the Hobby Lobby decision, it's certainly possible that the Dobbs decision was actually leaked by conservatives on the court. Isn't that correct?
I'm not sure I can answer that, Congressman.
So I'm just going to say it's certainly possible. My Republican colleagues act as if this leak came from the liberal justices. There's no evidence of that. The evidence could certainly point to conservatives leaking this to hold the conservative justices to that opinion. So I wish my Republican colleagues would stop smearing the left or liberal justices for leaking this when there's no evidence that they did so. And then let's talk about what Congress did to protect Supreme Court justices. We passed a law. We voted off the floor a bill to help protect Supreme Court justices. And I know it was conservatives that refused to protect Supreme Court justice law clerks with that same protection. I think that's shameful. I think Supreme Court law clerks should also be protected. And when we talk about actual political violence, you know who had their skull hit by a hammer? It was a spouse of the Speaker of the House. Multiple Republicans made fun of that. They circulated conspiracy theories. They said all sorts of things that were not true. Republicans should be ashamed for doing that. So please stop whining about threats to Supreme Court justices when the actual violence of a person being hit in the head with a hammer, had to go to surgery, was a spouse of the Democratic Speaker of the House. I yield back.
Chair will now recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Mr. Liu was pretty far afield on a couple of things, but Professor Fredrickson, can I just ask this? Do you endorse the rhetoric just used that justices lied when they testified to the Senate committee that Roe, that